Doing well. A little tired. Had problems falling asleep after the mushrooms went over 10 hours, but overall doing fine. How about yourself? How are you doing? Nice. Yeah, I got everything set up. We're gonna, I think, wait a few minutes for people to come in who want to join, so we got a little time to chill. But what color would you have interest in seeing first? I have burnt umbers, ultramarine blue, black, white. Is what I currently have. The yellow hasn't arrived. I'm actually really excited for this burnt umber. It's called Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. Apparently the yellow ochre from this area is really great. You're here for the Coke package opening? This should be... Here, wait, let's fold this down to make it more convincing. And I got a piece of glass too, which is kind of funny. I got 2 pieces of glass. We all can. Us boys can dream too. I mean, it is a kilogram. This is a key. I'll put on my gloves. We certainly do. We have a lot of fun things. Maybe not the nicest things, but the fun things. How's your commission coming along? Paint! What's up, honeybee? Nice to see you. Well, you can watch paint being made. Thank you, honeybee. Not drugs. Promise, honeybee. I love that joke. I don't know. Just looks like cocaine. Looks like so much cocaine. It would definitely be worth it, because I don't know, I feel like people would be pissed off about that. And I get to say that I was banned from Twitch for drugs. That's not true. Balls. Yeah. Well, everybody uses this for paint. It doesn't look like paint. This was the first one that I made as a test run. Italian burnt umber. This is the cooler version, but we did a test run. We learned some things, and I picked up some extra things to make the process go a little better. But yeah. Italian burgers. No, so Umbers are a natural earth pigment. That means that they will mine minerals from the umber. Oh, I got labels. One of the things I ordered, Leah, were white. I don't know if you could see labels, but I put them on some of these. So I got paper labels, purple white labels on them. I realized I didn't have that for the first one, so I just used some masking tape. Hello, nice lady. Lady. Bad lady. Of course, Leo. Badly. English accents are so much more fun than American accents. Yeah, we're just gonna give it a few minutes just in case other people wanted to come in here. Here we go, Dia. The executioner's here. So, Leah wanted me to start with the cocaine white. Is that what people want? We could do... We have ultramarine, we have black, and we have burnt umbers. Oh, no worries. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I just got kicked to it. I just asked because Dio's watching one day. But, Leah has opted for wanting to see the cocaine white first. Is that what we want to start off with? I'm not opposed to it. Line up. I got glass underneath here, so, and I got tools. Make the lines of titanium white. I think we can start with titanium white, though. That's not a bad idea. And I just realized I need to grab a plastic spoon. I'll be back in 20 seconds. Alright, back. That was about 20 seconds. Alright, we'll start off with white. 33? God damn it, honeybee. Why are you calling me on my shit? Alright. We're gonna go over... We're gonna start. Alright, safety first. Alright, you bastards. Safety is a huge deal with raw pigments. The most dangerous thing... Alright, you're making me laugh like this. In between my safety seminar. The most dangerous thing about oil paints is breathing in pigments that are not binded in oil. Okay? Umbers have manganese, which is a heavy metal. That will get in your lungs and will never leave. Okay? Titanium also has similar... It's not as bad as manganese, but it's similar. Bone black and ultramarine blue, not as much, but you still don't want it in your lungs. It can cause irritation, it can cause other things. So, N95 mask. Anytime pigment is exposed to ambient air, I'm going to be wearing an N95 mask. Okay, so if you ever do this, wear a fucking mask, or else. Or else I'm gonna yell at you. A lot. Good. Alright. So, the only materials that go into making oil paint, linseed oil. This is age-refined linseed oil. What's up, Urban Eater? This is age-refined linseed oil. This 16 ounces was about $17 for natural pigments, okay? There's a second type of oil, which a lot of people would refer to as sand oil, but this is called vacuum-bodied linseed oil. It's the same exact thing, it's just the modernized name, which we use for umbers as well. We use both of these for umbers. Everything else, we'll just be using the age-refined linseed oil, okay? So just these ingredients and pigments. Oh shit, Ermin Eater, thank you. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. But high-end oils are only oil paints, are only oil and pigments. That's it. Oh, what? Yeah. Nice lit. Oh my god, this is the most stuff I've gotten in the stretch. It's also nice. Thank you, honeybee and nice lady. That's very kind. Derailing me during the safety seminar, I see. Ulterior motives. Thank you, though. That's also kind. Oh, nice lady. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Trying to get me to cry. Alright, random historical paint facts. I looked one up today, actually, a new one. Shields Green. She did do it, and she's super... Oh, Ermin Eater. That's exactly what I needed today. I'm about to cry, Otia. You watch your back, Ermin Eater. I've only lost, what, 3,881 times. I've been doing nothing but cocaine lifting weights all day. Alright. Historical paint facts. Shields Green was became a very popular and well-known pigment in the 1700s, named after the man who invented it. It was made with arsenic, and it turned out, it was so popular that it was used in candles, children's toys, paint, and everything, and some people attribute it to Napoleon's death, the pigment, because of the arsenic fumes that came off of the pigment. So, because when they found his body, they found some of the pigment on his skin and in his hair, coincidentally. It was also used in makeups as well. So, yeah. Shields Green. So, yeah. Pigment has killed lots of people. And thank you, everybody, for the subs. That was, like, super kind of everybody. We are making paint, Mudworks. Thank you for joining. Okay. So, yeah. The only ingredients in the paint are oil and pigment. Cheaper paint will use fillers. The number one filler that companies use in paint is chalk. Chalk does not affect the color, but it extends the pigment. It's nothing bad. It's not like an evil, nefarious thing to do. It just makes paint cheaper. It also makes it weaker tinting strength, and so forth. The reason why I'm making my own... Do not do so, Mudworks. The reason why I'm interested in making my own paint is because I want to control the strength of my paint, the texture of my paint, and it's gonna... And with white, burnt umbers, ultramarine blue, and black will save me over 70% of my cost. And my yellow. The texture of my paints. God damn it. I love this chat. And Josta, thank you for the follow. So that's what I'm interested in. Titanium whites are one of the most common ones that have fillers because it's so strong. It's such a strong pigment. Ultramarine blues I've had a lot of problems with, and why I bought so many burnt umbers is that they've been the weakest paints for me. And and these are the big ones that I'm excited to see how they turn out with regards to this. Okay, so to mix this, we have a piece of glass that you can see it's scratched up, and we use the material called silica carbide. I don't know exactly what this is. I suspect it's a hardened glass. And we put some water with the silica carbide in there. We took our glass molar and we scratched the fuck out of this glass. This gives us an abrasive surface that will help basically provide friction to the paint. And these are the best degenerates, Mr. Salt. These are the fun degens, the fun perverts. So when I did a test run, this plate was sliding all around, and so I bought a high friction rubber mat to keep this in place, because there is quite a bit of friction when we mull and bring it around. So, other than that, we have empty aluminum tubes. Do not snort the heavy metal herminator. God damn it. These are empty. They sell these online. I got these off of Amazon. The company Natural Pigments also sells them for a better price than Amazon. And these are aluminum tubes that are lined with epoxy on the inside. The reason why we don't put paint into jars like this, oil paint, is because we don't want to expose the oil in oil paints to oxygen. It starts to degrade the paint much faster than if it were in these tubes. This is why we put them in aluminum tubes. Okay? That's frank, like that's the only reason. Now, not all paints can go in tubes like this. And they'll use glass jars and they'll use other stuff, because sometimes the paint will actually eat away at the aluminum and the coating on the inside. But none of these pigments, that is the case for. Okay? Pipettes for the oil, and then we just have some general paint tools. So, please do not snort heavy metal pigments. All right, let's put on the mask. So, and also in between, when we clean the molar in this palette, we're going to clean it with odorless mineral spirits. God damn it, Mudworks! No, none of this is okay. You clever bastards. I did put white labels. They're kind of hard to see. I put white labels on these tubes so that we can mark them correctly. I've thought of everything, damn it. Yeah, we're going to use it as mayonnaise. So we're going to start off with titanium white. AKA cocaine white. So I'm just writing the name on the tube with my terrible handwriting. Okay. I have another piece of glass over here for the amount I need to make to store it because this can't mix a lot at a time on this plate, so right over here is glass as well. Oh, that sounds horrible, Mr. Salt. I poured the honey in the Coke and the broken glass and rub it in. Of course. God. Sorry, loud phone. I'll mute that. Two calls right in a row. I apologize. The package is still unopened. I had to go over safety first, Leah. If one of you dies from heavy metal poisoning, it's me. Answer, damn it. Did I miss something from you, Dia? No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. All right, we're gonna start. This fucking mask on. Okay. All right, so I got my N95 mask on. We're gonna clear out the space a little bit. So once again, this stuff is dangerous to breathe in. So I implore you to have proper protection. Always use proper protection. We'll start off with that. I'm not showing feet. That's for my OnlyFans. It's uncut from Colombia. All right. So now we're going to take our aged refined linseed oil. So the first step is we're just going to make a paste. Okay? We're not going to be concerned with like over mixing it. We'll add oil as needed. It's better to add too little of the oil initially. Just going to use a palette scraper. Okay, way too little oil. All you people are gonna have bad health from heavy metal poisoning. So the goal for this point is just to make a thick paste. The best kind of perverts. Maybe I'm too innocent because I wasn't even considering that fact. I'm afraid this might be too... I think I might need to use a little bit more pigment. You know, we're going to test it out with, we're going to add a little bit more pigment to this. Is there a way, I could increase my microphone volume, yes. 1 second. One second. All right, I made my mic louder. Hopefully that
is better for all the ASMR you guys want to see. Or hear, not see. All right, we're gonna add a little bit more pigment to this. From the cocaine bag. Yeah, just let me know. I usually speak pretty loud, but I forgot that there's an ASMR content that all you degenerates wanted to hear. I usually save the ear licking ASMR for my OnlyFans as well. Maybe I added too much again. Or pigment. I didn't add that much pigment, I thought. Alright, now we're going to add a little bit more oil. Narrow spicy. Yeah, my OnlyFans is the best. I do all the weird angles that nobody likes to see. Anytime, Leah. Okay. Okay, so you see we're kind of at like a thick paste here. So, that's step one. Just gonna get all this off. Okay, the next step, the weird angles. That's right, Mudworks. The stuff that nobody wants to see from a Midwestern man. I don't have the pigment for that, Biggs. I do not use that. I don't use that color anymore. I mean, there's probably somebody, Mudworks. Okay. So this is called a molar. This is not a butt plug. This is a glass molar. It's rough on this side. Okay? So you can see it's like frosted, just like what we have on here. We're going to, they call it molding, molding the paint. All right, so we're going to take this paste and we're going to oh, Jesus. This is exactly what I wanted to see. that's a perfect line Terminator. All right. So what this does, this is all that paint making is when we mold this paint, we are ensuring that oil is coating all of the pigment. That's all this is doing. That's all that oil paint making is. If we didn't do this, you'd have dried clumps or dry areas of the pigment in your paint, and it would cause issues with the oil. So this, now mechanically, when they do this in factories, they'll have these 3 like metal rollers, and they'll place the paint in between those, and that's what molds the paint. That's all that oil painting is. Exactly. Mr. Salt, we're trying to make it homogeneous. But all we have to do to make oil paint is this. Now this can be hard because it's very, the sounds. Okay? And since it is so thick, we are going to add a little bit more oil. Okay? And we're going to make circles. We are going to scrape up some of these areas where I noticed pigment is still left. I love how much fun everybody's having. This is great. Alright, so we'll continue. Enjoy the sound, you perverts. All right, so you see we got some built up around the edges here. So we're just going to scrape that off. Put it on top. This is a lot of pigment to mold at once. So what I'll do is I'm going to take some of it and put it on my glass right here. Okay. And then we're going to continue. And you can see it's starting to loosen up a bit more. Some people say figure eights. I don't think that matters. Oh, God. I love you people. Now, we can make this a looser style paint, and some companies do. We also might see texture changes the longer we do this. But this thing is really stuck on there. Alright, so now what we're going to do, because I got this paint to the side, my pipe up is all messy now. We're going to take roughly half of this and half of what we put over here, and we're going to mold that together, so we mix it all together. Paint Daddy? I'm the paint maniac. Alright. So also, at this point, the mask is not a huge safety concern. How long do I have to slosh the soup for? Not that long, surprisingly. Because we're working in smaller amounts, and we have like direct pressure and force, which is not like common for the mechanical millers, a lot of this could be considered ready to go. But if we want to be super duper careful and make sure our mixture is homogeneous, but you can see this is the texture that we get out of the tube. Right? So we're also going to take this last bit that hasn't been molded to the state that I'd like, remove some of this newly mold, and we'll go from there. No, Sazi, it's Paint Daddy now. Fair enough, nice lady. Whatever does it for you. But I'm just going to continue to mold. All sloppy and messily. See, now I'm just egging you perverts on. Oh, what's up, feral pigeon? I almost said penguin. Nice to see you. Alright. But this paint, as it is right now, is usable and would be perfectly fine for a paint. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to take everything that we've made, mix it together a little bit. So this is how much paint we got from that amount of pigment you saw, that amount of oil you saw. We get a good amount. So this is like would be considered high-end titanium white because there's no filler. I guess this would be considered like something akin to what a Old Holland Michael Harding Williamsburg would use, but they probably put some filler in there too because titanium white really doesn't need to be this strong. But yeah, and it's a lot cheaper. So it's Mr. Salt, the most common filler used in all oil paints is chalk. Very true, Leah. There's other one. There's a mineral called wolstenite that they use. Some oil paints will actually use crushed up glass. There's another one too that I forget the name of. But the most common by a significant margin is chalk. And some of the minerals naturally have chalk in them that they make paint from. So, for example, lapis lazuli, which was the OG ultramarine, naturally has chalk in the mineral formations of it. Okay, so now to tube. So we grab our empty tube. That's dirty. I don't want to use that. We'll just try it with these. Okay. What if he is away on vacation? All right, so all we're going to do is we're just going to... maybe this isn't the right tool for this. Hold on. Sorry if this is loud. Yeah, no, so honeybee, this kilogram of titanium white, was about $50. $50, and this makes 25 of the small tubes that I would normally buy for $13. At least 25 tubes. To give you perspective on the money saving. Yeah. And so like my yellow that I use, so here, okay. This is the yellow I use, bismuth vanadate yellow. This tube is $107. Okay? 150 milliliters, it's $107. The pigment I found, I could buy 100 grams of this pigment for $20. So it would probably roughly take 130 grams of the pigment. So roughly, the pigment's only $25 for that tube. Sorry, I'm cleaning off a tool. Yeah, it does. And not to mention, Salt, I can guarantee that there's no fillers in it, right? Okay, so that large tube, 150 milliliters of volume of paint, would be probably 125 grams of pigment, roughly. Pigments have different masses, or like densities, I should say. So that's not going to be the same for each. And in some of for the big tube. But for this kilogram of titanium, the smaller tubes, I'll probably be able to get at least 25 tubes of smaller titanium white oil paint from this kilogram bag of cocaine. And those tubes, if I were to buy them at the high-end ones, are at least $13 a piece. So 13 times 25, what, is $325, right? For $50 worth of pigment. Olive oil won't work, or it won't work well. It will work. Oh, did I say cocaine, Dio? I mean, all right, so linseed oil is a vegetable oil. Okay, linseed oil is made from flax. Okay? They use safflower oil for some oil paints. They use walnut oil for some oil paints. They all have different characteristics. Okay. Okay. And so they will work. The problems that you might occur, okay, is yellowing is a big concern with a lot of other ones. The stability of the paint film. I said it like Mr. Mackey on purpose. And so the thing is, yes, you can paint with them. They will work. They're just not going to be as good as linseed oil or walnut oil or safflower or some sunflower oils. Okay. So now, just to tube this up. Okay. We're just going to put paint on a spatula and drive it right down in this hole. Because that's what the stream is turned into. Okay. They do. I am playing to my audience, Mr. Salt. Straight people content. Very much so, Leo. Us straights. I knew you guys would like this part. So then I'm just going to stamp this down. You want to avoid air bubbles. We are going to have some loss here because it's not the easiest thing. And I'm trying to do this in front of the camera. So, yeah, paint gets everywhere when you do this. What's up, Coetus? How are you doing? Coetus. Is that there that just more? Okay, yeah, it was like there has to be. Sorry, what was the original question, Mobworks? I apologize if I missed it. So why are some colors more expensive in pre-made tubes if the base pigments are relatively the same price? It would be because scarcity in some capacity, but it's just different brands. One, don't use the same pigment. So cadmium yellow light, or cadmium yellow, let's just say cadmium yellow, from two different brands is not guaranteed to be sourced from the same place. So there might be different quality standards that they hold themselves to, and not to mention, it's the issue of fillers. So, every artist grade paint that you find on the market, and I'm talking artist grade, not student grade, has fillers in every single one. They also have stuff called stabilizers. The companies that don't, there are certain companies that don't use any fillers in some of their paints, but there are some that they will put fillers in regardless, like titanium white. Now, there's a brand called Rublev, based out of wine country in California, that basically makes paints with no fillers whatsoever or stabilizers. And that's where I got my pigment from as well. The company that owns them. There's definitely a benefit. So stabilizers, what stabilizers generally do is, like, have you ever opened up a tube of oil paint and a bunch of oil comes out of the top of it? Stabilizers will help keep a homogeneous mixture in the texture that is formed. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. And fillers are not necessarily a bad thing, right? The benefit of fillers is that a student can buy a tube of cadmium yellow light for $10 instead of, you know what Old Holland charges for cadmium yellow? For a 40 milliliter tube of cadmium yellow, Old Holland charges $63. Okay? But, at least in the United States, they do. But, Winsor Newton can get away with charging $15 for it because they put filler in it. Squirt off the tip on my honeymoon. So once again, it's using fillers is not an evil thing like that greedy corporations are doing for like, I mean, to a certain extent it is, but it's not. It does make it more affordable for expensive colors. All right, we're gonna go into our second batch of titanium. I need to make a little bit more for this too. Yeah, so Erminator, what it means is like, if I'm mixing colors, the color that has more filler in it will not be as strong when mixing with another color, right? Because the density of pigment, which changes the colors, is lower now, right? Now, there are some pigments that are just so strong. Like, for example, I don't give a rat's ass if there's filler in Prussian blue or phthalo blue. Those colors are, those pigments are naturally very strong. But I don't want any fucking fillers in my yellow paint. I don't want any fillers, I don't want fillers in important colors that are generally hard to tint with. Yellow being one of them. Okay. We're gonna put back on the N95 mask and we're gonna get some more cocaine out. We're fiending, Dia. We're fiending. A little bit more. Well, thank you, Feral Pigeon. So, I really enjoy pigment and paint stuff. So I have done a lot of research into this, and you know, it's my hobby. So why not do it like a maniac would? All right, so now we're gonna put some more oil in this. Should probably be enough. If we use too much oil, we'll just add more pigment. All right, now we mix. Well, see, I'm providing a service to all you degens. Not only are you getting ASMR perversion out of this, but you get to fantasize about having a mound of coke in front of you. Hate this fucking thing. I need a little bit more oil. I'm doing it by Ilia. There are natural pigments provides the standard oil absorption rate for all of the pigments, but I'm eyeballing it about the textures that I want. Because there's an optimal range of oil to pigment, but it's not that fine. It's not that finite of a range. But I do know that, like, I know the certain characteristics of certain pigments, right? So I know umbers use a lot more oil than titanium white does, because I've looked it up. I know ultramarine blue uses very little oil. And part of that is due to particle size, and then other parts of it are characteristics of the material of the pigment itself. For paint making, feral pigeon, or for like paints. I found it fairly easy, Erminator. Now, one note is I generally like to have my paints thick. I always kind of like aim lower on the oil side because the oil will generally come out in this process. Yes, so far living the meme only white's the first one. So once again, the molding process is only to ensure that oil has coated all the pigment molecule or pigment particles. That's all this process is doing. We might see some difference in texture the more we do this. But so we'll be careful. We'll do it a few times, even though it's most likely that this paint is in fine shape. But you see, from that little amount of pigment that I put down there and what was left, we get enough paint that would last us, at least me, a couple paintings. Where did that Zorn palette? No Zorn here. I've done Zorn palette before. Zorn is one of my favorite painters, Trono Wolf. He is my second favorite oil painter of all time. And you see, our next batch is done. How long will it last? Oil paints will last for decades, Honeybee. If you have them in aluminum, like, you know, and you protect them from the air, they'll last for decades. But if you regularly expose them to air, that's stuff that will degrade the oil. My first favorite Toronto Wolf is John Singer Sargent. My third favorite is Ilya Repin. Oh, thank you for the follow, Toronto Wolf. Okay. Yeah, Zorn would branch off and use, I believe, Viridian Green. He has a few famous paintings with Viridian Green in it. He would use colors as needed. But he did, a lot of paintings exclusively with that palette. The cadmiums do. They all. So the reason why. All right. Do people want to know why pigments are pigments? I'll just tell you anyways, because who gives a shit? Pigments are pigments because they are insoluble. So something can become a pigment because it has light fastness, and it is insoluble. So pigments don't mix with the oil. They get binded by the oil into its area. So something is considered a pigment when it can remain stable in that point. So this is why you can't just take a flour, dry it out, and grind it, because it is soluble in a lot of different things, and it could be including oil. And the other reason is, even if it is soluble, it also has to retain its color or properties in these environments. So that is the point when something can be considered a pigment. So that's why a lot of old pigments were made from earth materials. Stuff that, that was insoluble by nature. Right. Now, a lot of pigments still, like light fastness is a big issue. What's it? I got distracted by something. But like light fastness can be a huge issue with even pigments that are insoluble, right? For example, the nice lady's background that faded because of alizarin crimson being exposed to UV light. So there are some pigments that still have issues with it, and we would call those fugitive pigments. Fugitive pigments are stuff that might have a temporary nature to their color. Oh, cool, Arminator. Yeah, I added some commands. All right, let's tube up the rest of this. Why am I doing this with my left hand? Nobody knows. Would be. Alright, what color do people want to see next, by the way? I know this is high-paced oil-making action. Burnt umber is one of the ones I'm most curious about, because of the area that the pigment comes from. Tartan. I don't think I have that one. Okay, we'll do the burnt umber next. Yeah, cobalt blue. So Trona Wolf, it's actually not toxic to eat technically, or I'll say this: nothing proven, but breathing it in will fucking kill you. Yeah, don't breathe in pigment. So, Dia, there is not proven... Oh, shit. There is not proven links to eating paint and it hurting you, outside of the lead and arsenic and mercury-based paints. Okay? Which they do exist. Okay? Don't eat those. But breathing in a vast majority of pigments can lead to some serious health issues, if not death. Yeah, it's yeah, cobalt grinders. If you breathe in that shit, it's never leaving. So Honeybee, there are no current pigments in production that release dangerous fumes. There are none. They would not. They're not allowed to be. They're not allowed to exist. Oh, let me go get some salt, Leah. I have to go dehydrate a bit. Just go chug some alcohol and salt. Thank you for the reminder, Leah. So yeah, the thing they say to use to paint in well ventilated areas, Honeybee, because generally people paint with solvents. Solvents do have dangerous fumes. Even odorless mineral spirits have dangerous fumes. Yes, turpentine. Do not paint with turpentine. Everybody listen to me. Are you all listening? Don't use turpentine. It causes brain damage. Long-term exposure to turpentine will give you brain damage. It's proven. Yes. But there are no oil paints that are made, Honeybee, no oil paints that on their own release a dangerous fume. There used to be. Not anymore. Okay. So we're going to clean the edge of this tube, and now we're going to close the tube. Yeah, Erminator, yeah, turpentine, like I said, has a proven link to brain damage with exposure to the fumes, long-term exposure to the fumes. Even, like, you know, like, it's not like it just happens all at once, too, though. It's like... All right, so now we're going to close this tube. So, right, we got paint. It's on the sides a little bit, but what we're going to do is we're going to pinch this off. Okay? Paint is naturally going to come out of this top. are going to start pushing it to the bottom. Okay? You hear some tube farts, that's fine. We're getting air out of here. Okay? Tube farts. Oh, and then we get some paint that came out, which is fine. It's all very graphic. Those weren't my farts. I like the idea of me just farting while this is happening. That'd be funny. Got it. Yep. What we're doing is we're creating a seal. We're getting the paint out of this area. Like I said, there's some loss, but from that batch, this is how much paint we got. We got a decent amount of paint. Right? I could have put in more, but I'd rather be careful. Tube farts time. Okay. So now, to seal this off, all we're going to do is we're going to take a crimping wrench. We're going to do an initial crimp. So we're just going to squeeze the shit out of it with a crimped edge. Okay? Squeezing the shit out of it. Okay, once we do that, we bend it over. Okay? We're gonna crimp it again. Squeeze the shit out of it. We're gonna repeat this process a couple more times. Okay? Crimp. Crimp. This will ensure that no air comes in here and no paint escapes. Okay? That's why we do that. The companies just have a machine that does this process. Okay. There, we have one tube of paint. I'm going to take some of this excess white that's got squeezed out. I'm going to put it on my label. Okay. And there we have a tube of titanium white. Now for the fun part, as you can see my hands, we're going to clean all this shit up. Because we don't want titanium white to get into the next paint. Okay. We are going to use some solvents to clean this up using odorless mineral spirits. Oh, no worries, nice lady. Sorry it took me a second to see that. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you so much for the subs. That was super kind of you, nice lady. I really appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by and for being so nice to me. It is in her name. Thank you so much. And enjoy. We're going to change the gloves. So this is probably the biggest pain in the ass of making your own paints, is how big of a fucking mess it becomes. But that is what it is. Oh, that does sound good, Trina Wolf. Make a Mustang stuff, yeah. So the main reason why you want to clean up well is so you don't contaminate your other paints with the previous paint, obviously. So titanium white is very strong. It's a very, very opaque, strong pigment. And I don't want it getting into my burnt umber. So I'm also going to wash my hands immediately after finish cleaning this. We're going to put on new gloves and proceed. We gotta clean off the spoon too. You eat titanium dioxide every day, huh? Fair enough. Fair enough. To each their own. All right. All right, we're gonna take a quick break while I wash my hands. And when we get back, we're going to do Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. That's the next one. Okay. Yeah, titanium white is actually in everything. It's really I know it's in a lot of plastics and it's in a lot of toys. It's in your gum too? I didn't know it was in gum. But yeah, let me go wash my hands. I'll be back.
Oh, nice. Get more snacks.
Okay, let's move on to Blue Ridge Burnt Umber.
This is the pigment I'm most excited for because, per their own description of Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre, they say it's the most, like, Yellow Ochre is already really opaque, but they say it's one of the strongest pigments they've ever seen. I'm looking for... Oh, Pigeon, I'm sorry. I missed that. Yeah, you're welcome, Feral Pigeon. I hope you have a great night. Sorry for missing that message. Have a wonderful night. So I'm hoping that this... I've had two big issues with burnt umbers that I've used. One has been textures, and then they've been too transparent. And, not to mention, I want one that I'm comfortable with the color. So, for example, Williamsburg burnt umber that they use is opaque, but it's very desaturated. It has a lot of black tones to it. So the color is not ideal. Michael Harding's burnt umber is very warm, but it's very transparent, and it has very low tinting strength. Not a fan. So I'm hoping that I want an opaque, very warm burnt umber is what I want. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that too. We'll do that later. I'm also going to keep track of my paints. I'm going to dry them out and measure their color once they're done. This was the first one that we did. Italian burnt umber. So I'm going to later measure the colors and see what they actually are. Because it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do to accurately gauge the color when it's next to white. Okay. So, mask is going to go back on. On to Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. So umbers have manganese in generally. Almost all cases, umbers have some manganese in them. That is heavy metal. Once again, don't breathe it in. And don't eat it. So we're going to do this in a little bit... We're going to do a couple of smaller batches instead of the one large one. Because I think that will be easier. Shut up, Budworks. You're blowing my cover. Alright, so there's one variation, one thing majorly different than titanium white. With umbers, we're going to add a vacuum-bodied linseed oil. So if you see how viscous this is, see how slow it moves compared to regular oil? So this is a thicker version of linseed oil. They recommend adding some of this in there with the linseed oil to help with essentially how the particle moves in oil when you're using it in your brushes. So this is the same thing as stand oil. This is just the modernized name of it. Okay? So we're going to add some of that to the mixture as well. Okay. But that's only for umbers and ochres. And umbers and ochres generally require a lot more oil than other pigments. Okay.
I like how red this pigment is. I'm hoping it retains that color in oil. Alright, we're gonna add the vacuum bodied oil. I should probably do this with a clean one. So you can see it's like, it has the consistency of a like thick syrup. I feel like I should have maybe used more pigment, but it's alright. We'll do this in a couple of smaller batches. Okay. We'll go back to our molar. Go around the sides of this. Put this all in the middle. It does kind of look like chocolate frosting. Mm. But remember, pigment is our friend, not our food. Alright? Except for the arsenic and mercury-based pigments. There's no reason to use those. It's like hipster pigment. So this is a little bit... There's a little bit too much oil in my opinion. Oh, that sounds really good, Erminator. I don't like my paint this loose, so we're gonna add a little, we're just gonna straight up add pigment to this mixture and remold it. This is a little bit of an experiment. I don't know exactly how this will work in this capacity with the amount that I added. Because I actually added a good amount of pigment. So you can see we dried it up. So yeah, let's add a little bit more bodied oil. Okay. Add a little bit more regular oil. We'll see how this goes. I probably should have just remixed around the pigment instead of instantly trying to go for the molar, but that's okay. I kind of wanted to see if it would work that easily. Thank you, El Peter. I'm gonna go with that. El Peter. Thank you very much. Like Peter, yeah, okay. So you have a feeling that's going to be too loose again? But I do have that. Not, yeah, too saturated with oil. But maybe this thicker stuff I added will help. The thick. I want thick paint. We're gonna try a little bit more pigment. Only a little bit more. Try that. God, this really does look like chocolate. Don't tempt me, dear. We're gonna add a touch more. No, you're right. All in good fun. But you take your eyes off me for 1 second, I'm eating all this. I'm a crazy son of a bitch. Okay, I think this is the texture I want. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't figured that out yet, Dia. You just mod for those type of people. Very paint-delicious. There we go. This is thick. said I might have gotten her interested in painting again. We're all hoping, Leo. Then we can start bothering her to post art to Insta. Or post her art to Insta. Okay. All right, fair enough. Valid point, Leo. You win. You always do. Okay. All right, so we have the first part of our burnt umber done, but it's going to take more than that to fill a tube, so we're going to do another round. Okay. A little bit cleaner than last time. We're a little bit cleaner. Or I'm hiding it better. Who knows? So now we just cut this into lines, all right? We cut them into nice lines that we call rails. And then we put them into buttercream frosting. There's there's like fun elements to it. I like, you know, it's like I've been wanting to do this for a while, and I am enjoying it. But there's like, you know, there's a lot of ancillary things, right? Keeping the place clean, the safety factor. The oil farts. But now you all know how to do it. And frankly, like you can get started. Like, so this plate was $25. This molar was $25. This oil was $17. This oil, which I only use for umbers, was like roughly $17. I know it was like $25. The tubes are about $1 a piece. This amount of pigment was $8. Not expensive. Right? It's you can get started with making your own paint for 150, like, well, with base like tools, let's say $100 to $125. We'll say roughly there. And then add your pigments. Yes, it's technically called bodied oil is the modern term for it, but it's the same thing as stand oil. But there's different ways to create stand oil. So this one was created by heating up linseed oil in a vacuum, and that's what makes it thicker. There's kettle boiled bodied oil, which is just boiled out in the open. There's other ways. I use the vacuum bodied on the recommendation of the company, because it's what they use when they make the paint. You can see it's kind of like honey. It's like the texture of honey. This part got a little messier. It kind of looks like buttercream frosting. This might be a bit much to mull at once, but we'll give it a go. Yeah, actually, that would... Yeah. Alright. Now we know what we're doing next stream. I should be playing like Willy Wonka music right now. That'd be pretty good. Come with me, and you'll see. Oh, that would be pretty cool. Thank you, Urban Eater. Oh, thank you, Juan Cas. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like the piano and rain. It's relaxing. The question is, could we get it to taste good? And what colors are available? You're welcome. Thank you very much, Wonkas. So now, I think I've molded this. I think I've molded this to my satisfaction. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to mix the two tiles that we have to make sure that they are homogeneous with each other. This is something I forgot to do in the titanium white. I don't think it will lead to any serious issues, but it could be a note that there might be a slightly different texture throughout the two. I don't know, Dia. So for all that pigment, this is an oil. This is how much paint we got. Once again, not fudge, not drugs, but burnt umber. All right, not edible. Don't breathe this in. Okay. Okay. All right, let's all just settle down. Okay. It's not scraping off. I feel like an idiot. Okay. All right, so now we are going to tube it up. Oh, thank you, Leo. I was curious what you were gonna think of them. I think I got the color pretty well. There are some things that obviously could be better, but I went over 10 hours. Leo, I got cursed again. Maybe not by you though. Swipe that off. Okay. All right, for all you perverts who like this part, and we all do. There. This is usually the opposite, right? Yeah, the thing that was giving me issue with those yellows, Leah, is that they were measuring with very little red in them, so they look even more desaturated because the red and orange was so red. So it's one of those times where it's like, I think I should have gone with a stronger yellow. Like, I think like the better artist would have gone with a stronger yellow, like you were suggesting, versus doing what I was measuring. I do think the realism on the painting was there, though, Leah. Which I was happy with. Thank you. So I think I would have liked a little bit more burnt umber, but we're not going to make any more. We'll just go with a smaller tube of this burnt umber. We'll use so we'll put a little color on the label. And now we'll clean up the tube. Despite it being a goddamn mess. Oh, and I forgot about the label already. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to make sure that all the paint that can go down is... God, I gotta watch out for that label. I should have done that after this part. Yeah, I can. Well, this is going to be a mess, but we'll go for it. So, get ready for some paint farts that are definitely not my farts, okay? What you are about to hear are definitely not my farts. Okay? Let's be clear. That was a good amount of paint that just... There was only a little fart. This paint as well. Oh, that's more paint than I accidentally... brought up. But you can see that much. Oh, Chef-Evan! Thank you so much. 2 days in a row. Chef-Evan. Shoof. I said I was gonna call you Shoof, but I had to imitate Nice Lady. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. We've already made some titanium white, and we just made some Blue Ridge burnt umber, which was one of the Blue Ridge burnt umber pigments that we or one of the burnt umber pigments, yeah, that I purchased. You can see it's a goddamn mess all up in here. Titanium white, yes. So right now we're just crimping the edges. Somehow that got really dirty. Thanks everybody for stopping in. How you doing, Bumblebee Farmer? Where did all this paint come from? The end of this one got very messy. How's everybody doing? Yeah, so we're making paint. We're making oil paints. And we've already made, like I said, titanium white. We just finished a burnt umber, which I'm having problems with the mess at the moment. And we're going to do an ultramarine blue next. Oh, I didn't know you had relatives, Honeybee. How's everybody doing? Shoof, thank you so much again for the raid. It's 2 days in a row. That's super kind of you. Your painting was coming along very nicely. We'll do one more fold and do the shit. Alright. Alright, so this was a goddamn mess. The white looks a lot cleaner than this one. But that's Blue Ridge Burnt Umber. This was the titanium white that we made earlier. Thank you so much, Urban Eater. It was really... I'm very glad you joined us. I had a really good time. Painting. Oh yeah, you were working on your latest horror gothic. It's a terrifying thing. I don't know how to describe it. Let's describe it with boobs. Alright, so then we're going to also do this with extra paint. Because we're going to measure the color. When it dries. You can find this pen. Okay. Nini. Love that. Okay, so unfortunately you caught us at a cleanup stage. But after this, we are going to do ultramarine blue red shade, which is of this pigment. Okay? And if people want, I can go, well, I should probably go over some safety things again with people. Get all these new peeps in here. Oh, it's gorgeous, Leah. I love her stuff. I mean, she's super fucking skilled. All right. If anybody has any questions on what I'm doing or what certain things are, feel free to ask. My main reason for making my own paints is I want to control texture and strength of the pigment. I also want control over the specific pigments I use, like with burnt umbers, I have yet to find a burnt umber that I'm very happy with. So I got a bunch of them. There is not many other options though for like ultramarine blue, because there's only really 2 shades that are used in the biz. She doesn't sell prints yet? Why the hell not? Answer for your crimes. So we're just taking some odorless mineral spirits and cleaning. Interesting. But we'll have to find out. So I'm gonna change my gloves after every pigment. It's a little bit wasteful, but I can't really clean my gloves to the amount I want, and I don't want to contaminate my paint. So we're gonna be a little wasteful. Still getting brown coming on there. But yeah, I normally paint on the stream. I do a lot of portraits. I painted mushrooms yesterday. And yeah, I just really like oil painting. That's probably good enough. Now where the fuck did that come from? No problem, Dia. Yeah, I can go grab it, actually. I can grab the shrooms. I gotta wash my hands anyways. Oh. What is it? Okay. Alright, we're clean. I'm gonna go wash my hands. I'll be back. Oh. Son of a... There we go. I'm back. So yeah, this was a painting I did, can't get a great view of it. But I do oil paintings. I did this yesterday on stream. From start to finish. Took roughly about 10 hours, a little bit more. But yeah, I do a lot of portraits. I do some still lifey type stuff as well. Yeah, I just really love it. But from the streams, I do them all start to finish. Not really set up for a good view, but yeah. Some fun mushrooms. The fun kind. A lot of drug talk today. Okay, let's move on. We are going to now mix ultramarine blue. So the only ingredients that we are using today for ultramarine blue are going to be aged refined linseed oil and the pigment. We are going to mix them up generally, and while we're in pigment form, we're going to wear an N95 mask. Okay. This thing that looks like a butt plug is a glass molar. Okay. We do a gentle mix of the paint with oil, and then we rub it on this glass plate, which has been roughed up. Okay, we basically put scratches into it to create a more abrasive surface. And between that friction, oil coats all the pigment. That's what molding does. And that's all it takes to make oil paint. Okay? In this setting. Now, oil paint is generally like, they put extender pigments in there, like chalk. Chalk is a big filler extender pigment that they use. Okay? But today we are just using pigment and oil. So these paints should be as strong as the pigment allows. So we're going to do ultramarine blue red shade. All right. So, let's go for it. Okay. Look at how vibrant that looks right there. Oh, I gotta clean out the spoon. Don't want to accidentally have a strong burnt umber pigment get in here, or titanium white. Okay, so now that we have pigment out, and it's not covered in oil, we're putting on our N95 mask. In this first run, okay, ultramarine blue. Super vibrant when it's not covered in oil. That might be a lot, we'll see. I'm pretty certain though ultramarine blue does not use a lot of oil, from what I recall, so I'm gonna go on the side of using too little, because we can always add more oil. Now granted, we could always add more pigment. But let us start. We'll start off with that amount. Let's start. Oh shit. Gloves. That's what I needed. By the way, Leah, I got another ultramarine blue, the green shade. That's what Natural Pigments offered. I don't know how big of a color difference that will be, but I got them both. They were only $10 a piece for that pigment. Okay, now let's mix. That's interesting. It feels a lot different than the burnt umber. Yeah, I'm curious because I've had a lot of, I'll say I've been annoyed with a lot of the ultramarine blues I've used because a lot of them just have no tinting strength, and it can be frustrating. And I also haven't been satisfied with the exact color on a lot of them that I've encountered. And like Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue French is one of the worst paints I've ever encountered. At least like in the professional, like for professional level paints. You can see how much darker the oil makes this. A huge difference. I don't think I need a lot more oil. So the first step to paint making is we're just going to make a thick paste. And I'm aiming to make this as thick as possible while still being somewhat pliable at this point. It's interesting, Leah, this has a really sulfury smell. This is the first pigment that has smelled like anything. Maybe not sulfur, but no, it's safe. I've looked up the safety stuff on all these. You're right. I should just do that anyways, in case pigment gets in the air. One sec while I open up a window. Okay. So we got a pretty thick paste here. So we'll see how much looser it gets during molding. Okay. So now, interesting. What's up, Lady Atria? Thanks for stopping by. Do you hear, Leah, do you hear that stuff that's like a little scraping? Yeah. Interesting. Because usually ultramarine blue is a super large particle size, Leah. That's why it's transparent, like we discussed. So the pigment, the particle size just must be that much bigger. Interesting. That's so cool. But it's loosening up quite a bit from where it started. Super interesting. I'm going to beat the devil out of it. I'm actually going to try putting down more vertical force on this than I have. Because I would like to, if I can make the particle size smaller and make this more opaque, I definitely want that. Because like it's still crunching, but not as much. That's super cool. I would say that's definitely possible. But I still, like, I feel it. Like, I still feel it a little bit. And you can still hear it. Yeah, and the sound is still there. Like there's still the sound was still there on that run of it. This is so interesting. I was not expecting that in the slightest. But that's a good sign for that burnt umber, Leah, because that means that burnt umber had a much finer particle size than this. Because I didn't feel any of that, nor did I hear any of that with the burnt umber. And considering I want a opaque burnt umber, yeah, it was really, yeah, it was, definitely was. Still getting it, still hear it. But you all saw how thick this was when this started, and now it's like it's super loose. Fucking ultramarine blue. I'm gonna mold this one more so than the others because I want to see if that molding time might help with the opacity. Should I add more pigment to this? Just made a Klein painting. Yep, we're on to blue, Dia. I kind of want to try adding more pigment to this without adding more oil. Let's try it. More. Look at how blue the pigment is, and just by adding oil, it darkens that much. Is that nuts? We'll try that now. Crazy. It really is. I mean, it's like it goes to from a fluorescent blue to a very dark blue. Okay, so this it's like it turned back in, but it's still workable. Interesting. Man, paints are so fun. I love this shit. I love learning about it. Love seeing it happen. Block experimenting. And now it loosens up quickly. But this is a lot. Okay, that's a big change in texture. Yeah, seriously, Leo. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. So this is that little bit of pigment really made the paint thicker. Like more than I expected, actually. Because this is now it went from gliding to I have to forcefully move it. But maybe that's what I want. This also has a really interesting smell. It's kind of like eggs. So there must be sulfur in this pigment. Yeah, Leah, in due time I'll start making my own canvases as well. I already know that's kind of going to happen. So you see from the molding, though, how much the texture changed from where it was at. to where it is now. We'll do one more go around. Okay. So let's move this paint. Over here. So if I hate this, there possibly, Leah. There's just one thing I have to check. I started doing research into it, but I don't know if there's any I don't know if there's any benefit to letting the paint sit in the tube for a bit, because I know some companies age their oils for like at least like 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm not sure. I have to verify if there's actually like a reason to do that. If I can't find a reason, I'll definitely try out at least the ultramarine blue and white on the next stream. And the burnt umber, actually. That's one of my hairs. Let's get that out of there. My yellow pigment is coming in tonight. And I actually didn't order any of my red pigment, but on the next reorder, when I order more, because I'm gonna order more of the linseed oil and whatever burnt umber I choose, I'm going to order more of that. I'm just gonna get more of the pigments for the ones that I like. If I do like them, for all I know, I hate this ultramarine blue. Very possibility. I don't think I will though. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, it has to be good because I made it. That's just not true. These could just suck. Okay. Is that so, Matt? Where'd you come across that fact? All right, let's add oil. So we're gonna go on the light side. A glitter bomb, right? Didn't a glitter bomb almost kill somebody? And easy, Matt. Twilight vampires. Didn't think I'd be able to pull that one out, huh? You know I'm an expert at Twilight. That's true. But I also got it on the technicality. The fuck? This is ultramarine blue red shade. So, okay, there is a. They usually don't describe blues as cool and warm. They usually just say they're a greenish blue or they're a reddish blue. And so, natural pigment. I'm fairly certain that most ultramarine blues that companies offer are red shade. But I also got the green shade just to see. I need a little bit more. You need a little bit more oil. But how you doing, living the meme? Hope you are well. I think you were in here earlier, and I apologize if I said that already. Do they use hues in oil paints too? So they do. They will make tubes of hues. So companies do. Yeah, no worries. They'll make hues in oil paints for a lot of different colors. I don't recommend that. Personally, getting ones, because usually hues, almost, I don't know, 80 to 90% of the time with hues, is that it's a combination of pigments. So they're not using a singular pigment to make the paint. Yeah. I think they do it in all pigment-based paints. Or pigment medium base paints. I don't recommend it. So if I wanted to be nitpicky, paints react differently with different pigments around them, okay? Like chemically, we're talking about. So some paints don't react well with each other in that context, like especially in long-term storage. But that's not a huge reason, okay? The big reason I dislike hues is because it fucks with how you mix colors. Yes. So you can have unexpected mixing results with hues that I'm not a fan of, and then they're generally not going to be strong. They're not going to be strong. It's going to be a weaker. It's going to be weak tinting strength. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, hues are naturally just not going to be as strong. Like multiple pigments making one color are not going to tint as strong as a singular pigment. That is of that color. However, there's cases where it saves a lot of money. Correct. You can run into situations where you'll get weird mixtures that don't really follow standard color mixing rules. because you might have a pigment inside of it that is just much stronger or weaker than the other one. Okay, that's our paste. I'm pretty sure this is close to the thickness that we want. The thick paint. Okay. Crunchy. Yeah, there it is. Of course, Leah. Go for it. Good. Okay. Am I deeply connected with the people I love? Am I making fair? Okay, no. I am getting enough time to myself. So I'll say yes there. Don't know on number 3. And 4 is too inconsistent, so I guess that's no. All right. And that depressing part of the stream was sponsored by, what's it? What's an antidepressant drug? Well, it's sponsored by the big pharmaceuticals. Get your antidepressants today. Agreed. So how are we going to do that, Leah? Yep. Living in the meme. Almost all paint companies list the pigments on the tubes themselves. I'm not going to say all of them do, because I haven't seen all, but... Yep. Cerulean Blue was an old-timey... Oh, Mindy, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Feel free to ask any questions if you got them. Cerulean Blue used to be it's still a very expensive pigment because I believe that's a mineral-based, regularly a mineral-based pigment as well. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, the cerulean blue is classically like one of the most expensive pigments, in its like real form. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like, it costs what it costs. The thing is, hue colors, like I said, I've used cerulean blue hue before, and it was super weak, and it pissed me off. I never use it again. There's a bunch of portrait painters that love using cerulean blue as a desaturator. At least, all right, sorry, 2 of them that I saw. We're gonna do one more pass round on this. Okay. Fuck. God damn it. Be more careful. As I make the same mistake twice. There's some debris in that. Okay. Let's just do this. We'll see you around, Leah. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated as well. We will see you soon. Bye there. Okay. And have rest well. Let's start off with getting more sleep. So now we tube it up. All right. So we got our tube. And we got our spatula. There we go. So this is for all the perverts. The yield on ultramarine blue is seems like it's a little bit lower, but I think that's just because there's less oil. And I think with that, the oil doesn't, like, you know how like oils can make emulsions? I think that happens to a certain degree in paint. So I think the volume, transparent paints naturally produce lower volume amount of paint for the pigment compared to at least our previous two. Yeah. Because the texture is so much different. And I use so much less oil relative to I use a lot less oil relative to the other two paints. But I felt like I used more pigment on this one. What is that color? Interesting. But Dia, historically, this is one of the most important colors of all time. There was religious symbolism in it. There was the expense, like the economical effect of it. It's like it was like a status symbol, but it wasn't one also just like regulated to royalty. Like Rembrandt used ultramarine blue. Fancy indeed. It had a fancier name back then, though. They called it lapis lazuli. Because the stone, right? Ultramarine blue references the color, right? But the stone that this color came from was lapis lazuli, or the mineral. The stone first. So the stone is blue. Like you'll see like a bright blue stone, right? And the mineral overall is called lapis lazuli. But the thing is, it was only found, they only really find deposits of it in Afghanistan. And not to mention, to get the pure blue color, you have to refine the mineral, because the mineral naturally contains chalk. It also contains pyrite. And so, like, you know, both of those things detract from the blue color. So a lot of people painted with lapis lazuli pigment. Yeah. So people, like, they actually changed the name of the pigment, right? So, like, if they just took lapis lazuli and ground it up into a pigment, which they did, it's like a light blue, but slightly desaturated as well. But once they, like, for higher quality paints, they would just refine out the other stuff by, like, usually people, like, hand sifting it. And then they called the color of the blue inside of it ultramarine blue. Well, now you do. Until you forget them. I hold my executioners to a high bar, Dia. Alright, let's see how many paint parts we get this time. So I'm leaving more of an air pocket than last. Oh, okay, so this is the squeeze out that I was hoping to avoid. There's some. Not bad, though. Cleaner. Much cleaner than last time. Oh, wait. The back's a different story. Ha! I was lying. It's all over my hands. Thankfully, this pigment cleans up easier. No problem. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, now we're gonna so we got this tube. I cleaned it off a little bit. We're going to fold it over. Okay, without that little fold in there. Okay. Then we're going to crimp it with just a crimping tool. This will help stop air from getting in here, which is a big issue, because that will start to deteriorate the paint. And it will also stop oil from leaking out. One more time. So not much better, Leah. Dia. I don't need to put extra pigment on the side of this one though. But I will take this extra bit. Onto my canvas. So I can measure the color when it's dry. Okay, time for another round of cleaning. Everyone loves to watch cleaning. Thankfully, I don't think this will be that difficult to clean up compared to the white and the brown, because those were fairly opaque. So it looks like, based upon the yield of paint I get out of the ultramarine blue, that this is probably the one that I'll save the least amount of money on. This will probably, I mean, it will still probably save me 40% on the ultramarine blue based upon that yield. Which is, I mean, still great. Yeah, no, it's like, I'll still take it. The question is, like, will the quality of what I'm doing, like, help it or hurt it? Like, because if it's worse, if this ultramarine blue that I made is worse than what the companies do, right? Then I'm gonna keep on buying the ultramarine blue, because I already dislike my ultramarine blue, you know? So, like, if I got something even worse than what I'm currently getting, I'll pay that, you know, I'll pay for it. Look how cool that looks. That's ultramarine blue. It's a very cool looking blue. It cleans up well, though, which is nice. Very much so, Dia. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but like really good ultramarine or lapis lazuli paint, you know, like the high quality stuff was reserved for people who were doing paintings of Mary, you know, the Virgin Mary, for religious reasons. So her robes in a lot of those Renaissance era paintings were in ultramarine blue, you know, lapis lazuli paint, but like of high quality because it was so expensive and rare. But that's how blue got like associated with her. It was an aesthetic choice, mainly to do with the cost. Like if you ever like see those like, you know, like in Latin America or Central America, right? She's always wearing that blue. That's where it comes from. It was purely because the paint was so expensive that the church basically hoarded it and reserved it for that. Yep. Yeah, like if you think about all those like statues and stuff, she's always wearing those blue robes. Always. What, you're telling me the church is not a beacon of morality and ethics? Our guiding light? Is this what you're telling me, Dia? Ridiculous. All right, who wants to guess what's the next color? The fuck? Hell nah. You think I'm using Alizarin? What have I been teaching you? Salmon. Afraid not, Deadpan. Salmon. What kind of color is salmon? You son of a bitch. Bone black. For all you perverts out there. Actual name. Bone black. Another pervert name. Bone black is carburized animal bones. That's why they call it that. Nope, it's the modern terminology for ivory black, DF. Because since there's no longer ivory instead of ivory black, there's no reason to call it. So they people just call it ivory black for like the same process. I believe it's collarbone, Deadpan. I believe, but I'm not positive. They might just use a whole bunch of bones, maybe even human bone. But Deadpan, how it got its name back in the day, they used ivory, and they burned the shit out of it until it turned black, and they called that color ivory black, or that pigment ivory black. So if you were a vegetarian, ivory black / bone black is not for you. But I use it because it is the darkest black. I've measured a ton of different blacks. It is the darkest. It is also fairly neutral color-wise. Interesting. Didn't know that, Deadpan. This paint is actually, well, it's going to taste terrible. Because linseed oil tastes like shit, too. This is one of the paints that you could... Wait, there we go. Could eat. Don't eat the paint. Alright, you bastards. I don't need any of you dying because you're just like, hey, this black paint looks tasty. It's real fucking tasty. Don't eat the paint. Or else. By the way, Dia, did you the charcoal will give you both sensitivity due to the very abrasive nature? I didn't know that. By the way, Dia, did you talk with Jess about the possible paint thing? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, will that fuck with the enamel? Like, I don't know how, like, you've sent stuff overseas, right, to her? How expensive was it? It was like $70, you said, right? Alright, let's get started anyways. Okay, I'm still gonna use my N95 mask. But time to make some black, yo. Yeah, no, that's gonna be comparable, because, like, if I send her the stuff that I have no intent of using, it'll probably be like 6 to 7. Yeah, it'll probably be about 8 pounds. Is probably the most accurate. Because yours is 8 pounds plus packaging. I would say I'd be approaching 8 pounds. Okay, so look at how black that shit is, yo. Alright, let's try this out. So once again, we're probably gonna have to batch it. We're using the highly specialized tool, the plastic spoon. Alright. Don't underestimate the plastic spoon. We'll start off with that. Oh, really, Deadpan? Interesting. What medium did you use for ink for tattooing? Really, you'd use alcohol? Interesting. Or like, and is it specifically bourbon, or was it? Or are you just saying that like that you guys specifically? Interesting. I'm believing you because the Listerine one sounds kind of out there. Was there any specific? Yes, you'd use high alcohol liquids. Oh, okay. What would a professional place use, Deadpan? What would a place that wasn't associated with you use? More preserve. Oh, I need paper towels. Oh, gotcha. Alright. I kind of wanted to try mixing with this guy. Yeah. And we'll just do it the way we've been doing it. Okay, let's see how this goes. Interesting. Maybe a little bit more oil. What's up, Amy Jo? Nice to see you. You missed the initial rush of perverts. Unless you were lurking. Yep, you missed them all. Nice lady, honeybee, ermine eater. We had a lot of the perverts here. I think I need a little bit more oil still. And so far we've made titanium white. We've made a burnt umber. And we've made ultramarine blue. You don't think I would allow perverts in here? But how are you, Amy Jo? This is black. It's called, the pigment name is Bone Black. Bone Black. And it's called Bone Black because it's made with animal bones. When you burn the shit out of them, they are. So, Amy Jo, have you heard of the paint Ivory Black? Ivory Black was made from elephant tusks and ivory by carburizing them, and they got a pigment. They were doing that, I think, into the 1900s. But then they realized they could just do it with animal bones. But they kept the name Ivory. Like people kept on calling it Ivory Black because it was essentially the same color, but the industry called it Bone Black. I got the best executioner. Alright, so this is really thick, but it's normally Ivory Black could be like some Ivory Blacks are transparent and some aren't. But this used a decent amount of oil. I think it did. So that would tell me that it's like generally more opaque. I'm hoping for an opaque black. not a transparent one. Oh, come on, Dia. You're killing me. We're gonna start this again? Oh. Shit. Did I get a lot of black in my hand? There's some. Oh, no, you can. Yeah. Absolutely, you are, Dia. Frankly, I encourage it. I think I need. This is a little too stiff. This bone black is too stiff. Who would have thought? Ha! All right. This one is actually acting a lot different. Does this need? I don't think this needs body oil. It's just for umbers and ochres. We haven't gotten to the mummy brown yet. I have it grinding in the other room though, living. We're grinding it all up. In my blender. This one is... This one... Shit. Sorry if that was loud. This one has interesting properties. She was here earlier, Amy Jo. I almost feel like this needs some body oil. We're gonna try mixing body oil into this. But thanks for stopping by, Amy Jo. It's always nice when you're hanging out. Okay, so we're going to try adding a touch of this body oil, not too much. Okay. Is that from something that I'm missing, Living the Meme? Oh, gosh. We broke it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's scavenge. I'm just so angry. Nope, I've broken 3 of these before, by the way. That's why I have multiple. But usually I could feel when they're starting to break. That one was just ready to go. I mean, it just snapped on me. Yeah, I mean, I don't invest heavily into like spatulas because I think that they would wear down anyways. At least with how I'm not really good mixing them, but maybe. All right, there's this paint is weirding me out. Bodied oil did seem to help. It's like, I mean, traditionally with all the crushed up bones I have, they don't feel like this. But maybe I don't carburize them well enough. No, just compared to the other pigment, it's been odd. Burb. What, Living the Meme? You gonna say something? Did you see the mushrooms Living the Meme, by the way? I was pretty happy with them. Oh, dog needing to be emptied? No worries. They're on Instagram if you wanted to see it. It's on Instagram, I should say. The link is below. It's just I'm painting badly. Oh, if you're there and living the meme, I created a Discord. That link is also below too. Interesting. If you do exclamation Discord, I also created the command for it. And if that doesn't work, let me know. Oh, gotcha. So if you go to my About section, Living the Meme, it should be, like, I have my Instagrams there. Are you on your phone, I take it? But also in IG, it's just, it might be, I don't know how you search for people, but my awesome Biggs. Thanks for letting me know. Here, let me. When Dia gets here, I'll ask her if she can put my Instagram link up there. I'll create a command for Instagram too. Just right now, I'm not in a position to use my keyboard. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, thank you, Amy Jo. Thank you very much. I think I got it to a texture I want. And oh, you're fine. It's the thought that doesn't count. I love math. If you got math problems, just come to me. All right, let's make a second batch. All right. I kind of think I should like get a bowl, or I should use like a high wall bowl to do this first step in. I think that would be more effective. All right. You missed some really good, like, sticky, squishy sounds earlier. All the nice lady perverts were really having a good time with it. Awesome, Living Meme. Oh, they loved it. They had me turn up the volume. Need more oil. Add a touch of bodied oil. So, one of these is standard linseed oil. The other one is called bodied, vacuum bodied linseed oil. So if you saw, that second one was highly viscous, kind of like it's kind of like the viscosity of honey. And what it actually does, the bodied oil, it actually changes how the paint flows, and it actually makes it flow more. Interestingly enough, but for it seems like for organic and like and mineral-based pigments, it seems like it's necessary with the amount of oil they need to use it, or else it just gets too stiff. So bodied oil is also called stand oil, by the way, if you're familiar. Stand oil was like the old name for it. Bodied oil is like the modern manufacturing name for it. But there's a chemical difference between the two oils as well. So basically, when you start to like heat linseed oil, the polymerization of the oils start. And what happens actually, it changes the behaviors of the oils in the liquid form. Because you started the drying process, technically. But it's not oxidation process. Oh, it's fine. That's why I'm here, Amy Jo. That's why nerds exist, alright? Alright, that's too stiff. This bone black is still too stiff. At times they do. Touch. More oil. Balls. Thank you for being a friend. So far, this one has been the most annoying to make. Oh, I shouldn't? Uh-oh. We have a problem. This is bone black. Yep, living to me. A very stiff bone black. I'm gonna keep on making that joke. Yeah, I was actually watching Ensign play that, I believe. Fucking balls. Right. Oh, this is not coming off? Okay. Oh, God, I need to take that. Oh, really? I didn't know that was a story. Well, I'm not married anymore. Still too stiff. Don't judge me, this is art. I'm really afraid though that if I add too much oil, that there's gonna be there's a cutoff where it's just gonna like turn it way too liquidy. That's what I'm afraid of. Hey, those are your words, not mine, Living Beam. I know nothing. So all hitmen should take up painting so they have an excuse to have bone pigment in their home that they could just make fun like I'm making my own bone black pigment. Oh, fantastic, Amy Jo. Sorry, I was thinking about something. You're a good friend, Amy Jo. Help me covering up murders. I don't like how stiff this is, so we're gonna go one more teensy bit more oil. Exactly. This pigment actually has an interesting smell too. But I don't know if it's like a placebo smell that I'm getting. So I almost smell like a smokiness. I think. But I think it's because I know the history of it. That I'm like expecting to smell something like that, or I want to smell something like that. Yeah, I know. They put them at such a high temperature that they carburize them. She wore I think she just used barbecue sauce. She was weird. I don't know if I trust this one. I don't know if I did a good job on this one. But we're going to roll with it. A bit, yeah. Like open pit barbecue sauce. But who would have thought that carried over through, the murder and or charring of the body? I'll have to cover my tracks better. Okay. All right. Let's start packaging up. So, we are just going to manually scoop it into tubes. I'm totally joking. Wink! That's how loud I wink, actually. I wasn't saying that. I'm sorry if I'm stressing you out, Thea. And this is this paint is thick. There's a cap. See the cap at the bottom? There's just a screw cap. All right, good deal. Do you need Kappas to get to know me? What is Kappas? Yeah. So like these are the ones we made before. Same thing. We're gonna pinch it off, seal it, and then let me just open this up. I can squeeze it up. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I am too, Dia. Well, to a certain extent. I'm just... But... Yeah. So, Amy Jo, if you ever make oil paint specifically, do not put them in jars. There's a specific reason why we don't use jars for this, even though that would be a lot easier and cleaner. And that's because you have to constantly expose them to air. And air will start to oxidize the oil, and it'll be dangerous for your paint. So, when oil is exposed to oxygen, it will start to oxidize, right? Obviously, like I'm exposing it to air now, but in a jar, you can't. It's impossible for that jar to be, filled all the way, right? But the thing about these tubes is that we can squeeze the air out of it, right? And when we squeeze the bottle, we can have it so very little amount of the oil is exposed to oxygen. And what happens is when it's exposed to oxygen, it'll start to oxidize, which starts the drying process of the oil. So then you'll have parts of your oil paint that is partly oxidized, and it can lead to issues with your paint film. And the paint film is what binds the pigment together because of science. Good to know, Dio, because she's getting all of my old black paint. I could explain it to her and tell her uses for it. But I appreciate that. I'm very happy that she thinks highly of me. It's very flattering. No, if only my family thought that way. Well, that makes me happy. And like I said, I got a lot of paint that I don't really have intention of using. And there are other colors. I have purples, I have an orange. And they're all high quality paints. And considering that she does great work and she, it might be difficult for her to spend the type of money on good paints. I'm really happy if I could help her like that. So, what service did you use to ship, by the way, Dio? How is that thick? You use USPS? Okay. I'll do some digging. I'm going to investigate. And that'd be fantastic if she considered a limited palette. I mean, like I said, I have no problem. Well, it's not even a problem. I'd be happy to give her, tell her how I mix paint and teach her. I just know her time is essentially more valuable than mine because she's just a lot busier. Sorry, I'm doing that off camera. So we got some. So I ended up making this the stiffest paint ever. Yeah, I'd be down to do something like that. I just, I don't want to Oh, she couldn't do that before? Okay. I'll message her. I'll message her on Dick. I just, I really don't want to, what I'm fearful of, Dia, at all times is I don't want to overstep my bounds. And I don't want to be well, frankly, I'm a straight white guy from the Midwest, right? Yeah. So, I don't want to be hey, let's hop on a call and, I don't want to freak anybody out. And I know we've now known each other for a good amount of time, but because I think there's a few people, I don't know, I think there's a couple people who take advantage of that kindness. Also, I won't say who. Okay. All right, fair enough. Good to know. Well, that's nice. I will do that then. Look at this. Not so dirty this time. And this was a lot more paint. But the shit was thick. Yeah, I know. I know that's the case. Woo woo. Get better, yo. But like, I don't know. I don't know I don't know people's past. I don't know, I know she's capable and she's, she has a strong personality. And see, look at that. All the paint, Amy Jo. All the paint right at the top of the tube. That's right, Amy Jo. Shit. Alright. Well, that's kind of dirty. Let's do this. So we're bringing out our sheet of colors. I didn't put my white on here though. But are you sure? Because Amy gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh shit, Amy. I didn't know you were there. I don't know why I brought this one out. Fuck. Who doesn't? The heebie-jeebies are like a nostalgic feeling. So this is how I'm gonna take my color reader and I'm gonna measure these colors once they're dried. That's partly how I'm gonna evaluate it. But you can see the difference. This was one of the burnt umbers. This is the Italian burnt umber on the top here. Oh, I just touched it. The second one is that Blue Ridge. But like you see how the Blue Ridge has more like red, and it's like a deeper, stronger. It's interesting. Yes, Biggs, don't use anything with zinc in the name. All right, Biggs? Zinc is one is definitely warmer. Biggs, zinc is very makes your paint film very brittle. And they are bad. What do you mean they're bad? And it can lead to cracking, your paint film cracking. This is... Yeah, only the titanium white. Do not use the zinc titanium white. Frankly, I would suggest you throw it out. It's like that. Yep. The other titanium white obviously is fine. Okay. Look at these sausage fingers. What's going on there? Is it pretty regal? All right, good to know. Fantastic. Oh, I just can't wait to be king. And that line was sponsored by Beauty and the Beast. I can't. Oh, that's funny. Wow, there was still that much fucking black on that shit. Well, because Amy Jo, you're Welsh, right? As well, so you probably hate the monarchy. Ow, balls. Gotcha. No, I didn't. Thank you for the concern, though. All right, we're gonna do at least one more, possibly two. So we're gonna. I'll let you peeps decide which pigments we should do. Because I went long yesterday. Oh really? Yeah, no. The edge of the glass has been it's not sharp. It's they got rid of the sharp edges. So thank you for your concern. That's sweet. All right, so we've done ultramarine blue red shade. We've done bone black. We've done titanium white. We've done Blue Ridge burnt umber. Okay. So now we need to decide between a bunch of different burnt umbers and the other ultramarine blue. So we have Italian burnt umber warm. We have hold on. Nicosia burnt umber WN. No fucking clue what the WN means. Cypress burnt umber warm. You vote ultramarine blue. It's ultramarine blue green shade. Yeah. Luberon burnt umber, cypress burnt umber. On silicone carbide. Let's see. Oh yeah, an Italian burnt umber was the original, the OG. Nicosia burnt umber WW and ultramarine blue green shade. So you want ultramarine blue green shade. Yeah, so Amy Jo, the big. So yeah, there was Nicosia burnt umber WW instead of WN. And then we got ultramarine blue green shade instead of red shade. So you want the blue? Okay. So Amy Jo, the whole one of the big reasons I got interested in pigments in the first place is because by observation I noticed that burnt umbers had the same pigment number, right? They were classified as the same pigment number, and then they were different. They were all different. And I didn't notice that with some of the other colors, right? And it started to kind of piss me off because then it got me to like, all right, well, I should see what the other companies' versions are. But I've yet to find a burnt umber I've been happy with. But I've been using, burnt umbers for a while. So then I started getting knowledgeable about the pigments from the company Natural Pigments, which own the paint company called Rublev. And a lot of high-end painters almost exclusively use Rublev. And then I casually looked at their website, and they sell their pigments and how cheap their pigments are. Like, each one of these burnt umbers was only $8. Like, only $8. But, I mean, like, I know it's just fucking dirt. But, I mean, considering how much paint they charge for paint, it's a huge deal. And then I saw that they offer, I didn't buy every burnt umber that they had, mind you. I discounted some because I pretty heavily knew based on their shades that, like, I had no interest in them, but they had 14 different burnt umbers on their website. And so then it's like, okay, well, maybe I could find a burnt umber I like from them that has the properties that I want from them. And then I saw the prices for the other stuff, and then I saw that I could just save a ton of money on my paints. That's how this all started. All right, let's do the other blue. Oh, yeah. Amy Jo, I am the rabbit hole. I had the most optimism for the first burnt umber I did, which is the Blue Ridge burnt umber. Okay. Need gloves. And I need to put on my mask. Oh yeah, I wanted to check out Living the Memes. Painting. Let's do that. Oh, that's cool. Living the Meme, those fish are really cool. I like the jar. Your values are really well done there.
I like these fish.
Interesting. All right. Sorry, we're about to start. Blame living the mean for sidetracking me. Thankfully, the blue, I felt like the blue was one of the easiest ones, which is good. All right, so we're going to be doing ultramarine blue green shade. We'll see how much different this looks. If it looks different at all. I mean, by pigment, it doesn't look different, so. I should lay that right down. Let's start off with that. Like the sand paints they had at like carnivals. Every parent's worst nightmare. Interesting. I do not recall that at all. Suddenly it feels loose. Okay. This is green shade, right? I wonder if that black paint is going to come out of the tube. I wonder if I made it too thick. I felt like I added so much oil to that though. But it like didn't change from molding. Like this one loosens up the more you work with it. Snap, crackle, and pop. And it smells like eggs again too. I believe there is. It smells like eggs. The other ultramarine blue smelled like eggs as well. Ah, bless me. Look. Away from me. See how much like looser that looks? Like it has like a sheen to it. It's now smooth, but now it almost seems like there's too much oil in it, which is very interesting because it was so stiff when I started all of this. It's so it's interesting. So we're gonna make another batch of it. While we drop some on our white table. That's always cool. Alright, let's go round 2. I'm playing the storm sounds, Amy Jo, to relax and brainwash everybody. So they feel comforted. Isn't it crazy how much different it is, Amy Jo? Perfect. Okay. So it's interesting, Amy Jo. There's a few other blues, like there's like cobalt blue and stuff like that. That the pigment almost looks exactly the same as this, but this one just turns out to be like 3 shades darker. It's quite interesting how that happens. I'm not pressing too hard, am I? Well, I'll have to remember this for the next time I paint. Or not next time I paint. I'm just so strong. You would not believe how masculine I am. This is why. Well, I have smaller ones of it. Let's keep it going. How many can I break in a day? This is my last one at that size, though. Amy Jo, I'm just so strong and muscular and handsome that these tools keep snapping. Isn't it obvious? Oh, yep, I see it. Thanks for the heads up. I'll wash it after I, well, I'll wipe it first, but I'll wash it off after this ultramarine blue. Thank you. Pants. I think that was too much oil. We'll see. If I remembered the words, I would have sung it just now. Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. And it goes everywhere? It's amazing how much this texture changes. It's bizarre. Oh, fuck. I mean, I don't notice any color difference. It looks so very much the same. So this might be a very like finite difference. But it's hard to tell with dark colors. All right, let's tube up. All right. Really? Now we're going to make our mark on the actually, we should close up the tube before we do that. Come on. Because we're going to get some squeeze out of it. Okay. Alright, so we're going to pinch it off. We'll see some paint, but I want to leave an air hole. And try and get the air out of there first. And hopefully this doesn't, that's all the paint. Alright, oh, that's a lot of paint that came out. Fuck. Oh, that was a mistake, lesson learned. I just lost a good glob of paint. I thought it was an error. We're not going to try and put it back in. Okay, let's wipe it off one last time. Now we crimp. Learning is good. Learning is very good. Mm. Everything. Do one more. Okay. All right, another ultramarine blue done. Woot woot. Question is, what, we've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. What do you think, Dia? Should I do another one? So can we see any differences between the two? You're enjoying yourself? Alright, let's do another one. I don't see a difference. I both see like red undertones. I don't see the green. The green on the bottom, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't have a preference. I can't see a difference. Yeah, I'm obviously gonna let them dry, so we'll see. Alright, let's clean up. And we'll do one more. Well, let's clean up, and then I need to clean my arm off. And wash up a bit. And I probably should take a little break. So let's do the dirty part of the cleanup first. Let's get more ultramarine blue on my table. Sorry, it doesn't really matter. The nice thing about ultramarine blue is easiest to clean up. Looks cool there. Good. Good. All right, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute-ish break while I go wash off my arms, and we're gonna come back. We're gonna do one more paint, and we're gonna call it a night. Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3, break.
I should have muted right away. And we're back. All right. Good break, Dia. All right. Let's figure out which last one we want to do. Let's give them one last pair of gloves. Woot woot! I had to wash it like 3 times. You listen here, smartass. Alright. When you don't dry your sausage fingers off properly, they don't fit in the gloves well. Very true. Yeah, I didn't necessarily mean that as a negative insult. Okay. Okay. So which burnt umber are we going to choose? Dia. Good. God damn it, Amy Jo. God damn it. You'll let Amy choose? Okay. Alright, so last one for the day. We have Cypress. God damn it. We have Cypress burnt umber. Alright. We have Cypress burnt umber warm. Alright. We have Italian burnt umber warm. We have Nicosia burnt umber WW. We have Nicosia burnt umber WN. And then we have Luberon burnt umber. So which of the 6 burnt umbers are we doing? And Living the Meme, I really liked your Luberon. Okay. I really liked your paintings. Those fish are really well done. All right, we're gonna do Luberon burnt umber. Snicker, snicker, snicker. Lube. Oh yeah, that's true. It's Luberon. All right, Luberon burnt umber. Yeah, your values are really your values are on point. Really good. Nice fucking work. We're going to lube Ron. We'll find him, and we'll lube him again. Yes! Weren't you paying attention, Dia? I mean, the color wasn't bad, by the way. Like, it's not. I didn't mean to. Well, you know, I'm not saying you even took it like that. Your values, though, are noticeably very well done. Runs. I'm just. Alright, there's the tube. Dust mask, last time. My ears are hurting from this. Okay. Didn't wipe that off properly. Alright, so since this is the number, we're going to have to use the bodied oil again. Get all this blue off of here.
Interesting. It looks like a deeper red than the prior ones. Body yaddy 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 yaddy. This one has a very interesting color compared to the other ones. A lot less yellow, at least in pigment form in this one. Exactly. Yeah, it does look like copper. Yeah, I can put. I'm with you, D. I'm wearing it. All right, so am I gonna break my last spatula of that size on this? All right. Well, I'm just so strong that it can't be helped. Whoa. I didn't think I added that much oil to this, but it seems like I might be pretty close to where it needs to be. Of this one, it definitely has that like pinkish red hue to it a bit. Let's add the body oil. Please not too much. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. You know how like the ultramarine blue just freaking loosens up? It's like this one is not doing it at all. So I should add a touch of oil. Hopefully that's enough. Yeah. Oh, looks like I was just like a little short on oil. Ooh. Yes, Amy Jo, you can eat this now. In your dreams, like hell I'd let you do that. No eating the fudge. I know it looks delicious. Absolutely not. This kind of looks like Nutella, actually. And its texture is pretty close to it as well. Alright, let's do the next batch. Balls. Yeah, probably a little bit more. I'm just waiting for the spatula to snap. There's a lot of color, like. How could you be burnt out of a burnt color? It makes no sense. What do you think about painting next, Living the Meme? You know, when you paint, if you paint realism, they just don't come around that often. Okay, yeah. Well, that works. Do an area with where there's grass and sea. So like do like a coastal place, like the Cliffs of Dover or something like that, where you get to see like some deep blues and greens and seas, and you get grass. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, I would consider I consider the fish in that jar realism. It's, you know, it's you paint how you want to paint. You know, it's I do too at times. You know, it's just what we feel compelled to do. Come on. Too young? Still too dry, huh? Come on. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how something as simple as that can make a world of difference, even if the values are the same. One more pass. Come on. So we got some we got some fluffiness to this. I mean, it definitely looks like chocolate frosting. Well, to each their own, living the meme. The thing is, this hasn't felt like a chore. I mean, this amount of burnt umber would probably last me at least 5 to 6 paintings. Depends on the painting, of course. I mean, this is about a small tube's worth of paint. What's up, Jake? How you doing? We were just making paint. Oh, how'd that go? Nope, we were just making paint. we've made a bunch of tubes of paint. I painted yesterday though, by the way. Good, I'm glad that went well. Of Dark Star? I mean, it wasn't or Black Star. Black Star. It wasn't my favorite, but I like it was fine. I like the lore. I like the lore around it all. Like, it's like I don't know if you're aware of his occult history, Bowie's occult history, but yeah, I love the lore around it. But the music, not my fave. Alright, let's put this in the tube. Yep, and like some of the words match up with like ritual magic and stuff like that. There's some really cool shit in that. I highly recommend checking out the last podcast on the left. Did a whole episode on David Bowie and his occult past. Yeah, it's great. All right, let's fill this tube. You can hear the sound change when I do this, when with the paint coming, like falling through it. Yeah, you can hear the noise change, right? It does look like Nutella, Amy Jo. To me, it looks like buttercream frosting. Did I overfill the fuck out of this? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm really excited to measure the colors. Man, this tube is heavy. You might not fill that. So living the meme, I actually underestimated this. If this is as full as I think it is, this would last me at least 10 to 15 paintings. With the amount of burnt umber I usually use, which I do use a good amount of. 10 to 15 paintings. So like the amount I use on a painting is this would at least, you know, this tube that I made would probably last me around that much. Maybe even more. Granted, I have been using more paint recently because I've been painting thick. AKA not using medium. Alright, wanna scoop out or force out. Trying to do it so not a ton of paint squeezes out, but it seems like it's an inevitability. No, so this bottle of oil was $16, which is actually, and this is very high quality oil, but that's actually cheaper than what Gamblin's cost. I'm pretty sure it's just as cheap as Gamblin actually. So you know, and that's the oil that they that Rublev uses. Okay, that was a good fart. That was a wait. Nope. No. God damn it. Yeah, no, the oil surprisingly is not that expensive compared to what I found on Amazon. Like natural pigments, despite the cost of Rublev paints, the cost on all the other shit, the only thing that was a ripoff from them was the cost of their glass molar. They were trying to charge $90 for a glass molar. Just out of nowhere. Yeah. I got this one off of Amazon for $25. Perspective. Context. Oh yeah, definitely, Dia. What do you think is going to happen immediately after the stream ends? The moment the stream ends. I'm gonna grab something to eat and take a shower. Duh. What were you thinking? Get your mind out of the gutter. And I'm gonna put that molar up my butt. Yeah. We'll get it there. Jesus Christ, that is big. What am I going to paint back? I haven't decided yet, Jake. Any suggestions? I don't want to do Silco, though. So a non-Silco reference. A butt plug actually might be interesting, Amy Jo. Then do you? What do you mean, then do I? This is Luberon. Okay. Did you see the mushrooms I did, Jake? Like a bunch of penises. So interesting, the Luberon is like a brighter version of this Blue Ridge. Maybe slightly, maybe a little bit more red? No. I don't know. A self-portrait? I don't know. Might be too self-conscious. Oh yeah, my niece might be a good one. I've been planning to do one, paint her again recently. She's so fucking cute.
I get so many pictures of her. Gary the butt plug from Reddit. They had Gary as a non-permitted. Aaron Rodgers is not even on the Packers anymore. All right, I don't need that anti-vaxxer on my team anymore. He's dead to me. D-E-D. Dead. Yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? All right, successful tube right there. It was both, Amy Jo. It called out Gary, like it said it will permit Gary because I allowed it, and it said it would permit butt plug. So it's like I'm taking that an assumption that Gary was a problem for the Automan. I don't know if I want to do a football player, Jake. I am considering doing a Gandalf. At some point. Maybe something from another horror movie. Oh yeah, you were the one who suggested. You would buy a Post Malone? I didn't know you were such a big fan. All the perverts. This chat is full. Wait, Jake, I didn't know you were such a Post Malone fan. Huh. Interesting. Well, you did say that about the arcane paintings. But Post Malone's different. He's an actual human. Well, then how would you buy the Post Malone? I'll see if there's any references worth doing. Otherwise, it might be my niece. But I've gotten better since I did the arcane shit. My stuff now is much better than the arcane, in my opinion. Yeah, I was pretty happy with the Hitchcock, especially because I couldn't color check on that one. Yeah, I was happy with the realism of the shrooms.
One that actually looks really good in person that I didn't think would hold up as well has been the Vincent Price. The Vincent Price has held up pretty well. Gotcha. So you were the one. I'll take a look at it. If it's an interesting reference, I'll paint it. Okay. Gotta make sure the butt plug is clean. You're just sending me what it was like? Gotcha. No worries. First thing, Amy Jo, lights and shadows. So are the lights and shadows adequate for so interesting lighting? That's a big one for me. Then I'll look at the colors. Oh, gotcha, Jake. So then, Amy Jo, colors, like the saturation, if we're talking about portraits, right? Is there a variation in skin tones? So one thing is, I want to paint more women, but unfortunately, a lot of the, when I'm looking online for references of women, a lot of them are in makeup and stylized lighting, and so it makes all their features really soft, and it makes their skin tone, their skin hue universal, and I don't find that interesting when I'm picking out a reference, unfortunately. And I'm fine with like painting makeup, but when you see like, you know, half inch of like foundation across her face where everything is soft and blended, and you want a Ripley from Alien? I was considering doing that before, actually. Sigourney Weaver, babe. I'll think about it. I've looked through the photographs of that movie. The problem with that movie but the problem with that movie is there's a lot of the lighting is generally dim in that, so there's not a lot of interesting lighting scenarios, and the colors are desaturated. So, but I think I could play around with that. I think I could up the saturation in Photoshop and get it to a place. Yeah. But I'll think about it. I have been considering that because she's awesome. That's not a bad idea, Amy Jo. I was considering doing a De Niro from Deer Hunter at one point. Or doing somebody from The Godfather. I'm smart. I can do things. I've been looking for a good one from The Thing, Jake, for a while. I mean, it's my favorite movie. It's just, once again, we're running into the issue of like desaturated lighting, and it's not like and like kind of like disinteresting stills. Of Christopher Walken, Amy Jo? Ooh, interesting. You can put it in my Discord. Or if it's in the ladies' Discord, I can hop over there. I'm kind of staying away from Clapton, Jake, at the moment. He's had some, we'll say, anti-vax, racisty. Nah, not a fan of John Mayer.
I will check it out. But I think that's gonna be it though for me. I'm exhausted. No worries, Amy. I'll take a look at it. I'm curious now because maybe I will paint him. I'm not doing Impractical Jokers, Jake. That's too far. Too far. Living the meme. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out like usual. Great stuff. Anyone got any suggestions on who to raid? Portrait. You're welcome, Dia. Thank you for hanging out. Now we just gotta find somebody to raid. Yeah, we're actually at a good time frame for ending for once. Glad you like it, Jake. Sorry, living the meme. I also kind of want to keep it towards art when I raid out. Oh, Babe Ross is. She's raided me multiple times. Let's just raid Babe Ross. She's really good. And she's been super cool to me. So we're gonna raid Babe Ross. Okay. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I had the best time. All right. Anyways, everybody have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. I think I've seen him, Amy Joe. But I think we're gonna go to bed. So we're starting now. You're welcome, Amy Joe. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Starting the raid. Make sure to pillage. All right.